Morning. What's up, dude? Bot puts 85, 95, 6,400, 90, 85, and 80. So quite a few of those. What's up, Tube Sock? Hmm. Bears are selling the calls 6,400, 6,405, 6,410. This might start to pull back a little. I don't think it's going to pull back a lot, but can pull back a decent amount. Maybe support around like 80 or 75. Supported Delta flip. Maybe a bit below it. Might just get support at 80. There's like longer dated supports at 80 and 90 outside of today's options trade. Hmm? Ooh, goodies. Can I finish re-listening the weekend stream, or is the action around here? It's up to you. You you could. Can I bounce off of it if it climbs? It's very possible. Although the bump in Ivy to the downside is kind of settling out. Any thoughts on bull? Went a little bearish on Friday. Upside resistance at 1550. Downside support at 1350, 13. So it's about to run in. Ooh, it's a little bit over. Interesting. That might be kind of squeezy. At least if it breaks 16, it is. Not a lot of range on it, though. Like 17, 1750. The upside. That answer is not satisfactory. Thank you. Okay. I don't know what to do with that. Is 6400 a soft wall? No, it's a big one. It's a big wall. IV on bull is nice. Yeah, I know. NQ and ES both kind of rejecting off of the VWAP test. But the opening gap at 92 is now filled, I guess. Why does that look so fucking weird? Well, that wasn't an opening gap, sorry. I thought I had it on the 15-minute candle. And NQ just broke out above VWAP. Getting close to the 6,400 test. I'll get the camera and shit turned on in a minute. I gotta grab some coffee. Tesla back up to 340 despite continuing to be a piece of shit. Yeah. It's actually a technical breakout too. So kind of a big deal on the daily. Hmm. 56, 57's the upside target there. Bull's gonna fail here. It's pretty likely. Yeah, they could. There's so much gamma at 6,400. I feel like I mean, it should be difficult. Although NQ's fucking ripping right now, so maybe that helps. ES rejected off of VWAP. NQ's still above it though. I'd rather wait now to see if bulls take 6,400 and play that becoming support, or wait for the rejection confirmation. Which comes probably at a loss of 90. And options are like a lot more expensive than they should be. Can we see 6350 today? It's a long way off. Hmm. What the fuck is going on with this dude's Greeks by strike? Little pickle. Just refresh the page. Oh, you try. Mm, that's fucking weird. Check your Zoom. See if you have your like the Zoom on Chrome. Are you on Chrome? I think it's kind of high today. It's been moving up. I mean, the at the money put's not that expensive. It's still like 15% IV in spot, but yeah, IV moved up pretty sharply into open. NQ's still holding up above VWAP. What are your thoughts on UNH? They're getting their fucking asses handed to them like every other healthcare fucking company right now. I think Humana is the only one that posted like slightly positive EPS. Humana is getting pretty close, or UNH is getting pretty close to its like COVID lows. I mean, probably, but I think most people are going to be fairly cautious until there's more information out of the administration on what's going to happen with the healthcare sector. Which, yeah, obviously the buying opportunity would be before that information is known. You want to know about the healthcare sector? I got you all. Everyone wants to buy up all the major insurers at rock bottom prices. Now let's see. Humana estimated operating income growing at 6.1% this year. Then Cigna dropped it 13.3%. Elevance negative 19.8%. Molina negative 28.9%. UNH negative 43.2%. And Satine Corp negative 93.2%. They're just getting fucked on managed care. Government subsidies no longer cover the increased morbidity rates. People getting old. Boomers boomers how do I put this? Boomers doing big old and they lost government subsidization very broadly. Retail's already been slowing down the pace of their buying pretty substantially. I think they're like retail flows are down like 58% over the last like 2 weeks. Well, I guess 3 weeks. I would only like to buy CVS of all the major insurers. I work for one of the companies you just listed. I think you told me that before. UNH lost a massive portion of their market share ever since the data breaching. They also offer some of the worst contracts. So groups like IBC, Aetna, and barely Cigna stepped up. Aetna doing the most. Hmm. Touch any Medicare, Medicaid payers with a 20-foot pole. Yeah. It's just such a huge unknown. Is ED utilization too high? And Medicare not covering costs? Let me get my tiny violin. Yeah, maybe you know what? Fucking maybe insurance companies shouldn't be making $30 a share per year. You know, fuck them. Trump's announcement on homelessness soon. Oh fuck. Ooh, that'll give me a good opportunity to get some coffee. Perfect. Fucking load up AP and get at it.
What? Everybody good?
I'm gonna need to shrink my little media window. Can I put price action down here? That works. Make it weirdly long. Ooh, Trump will look great like that.
You're smiling as well. We need more joy in this world, Ed. Come on.
Yeah, they will. They said they're going to be.
Alright, that's working. Can you guys hear that? Okay. It's too early in the day for gaslighting. It's never too early in the day for gaslighting. Alright. Alright, I'll be right back.
To tackle a crime rate here in DC that he believes is unacceptable. Murders, carjackings, robberies. We have seen all sorts of crimes in DC since the pandemic. While numbers appear to peak in 2023, we have seen a dip, but the president still believes that the crime in the district, the nation's capital, is still unacceptable. What do we expect to hear from the president today? One will be whether or not the National Guard will actually be deployed on the streets of DC. Fox hearing up to 1,000 National Guard officials, troops will be made available, but whether that number holds or if it's rolled out all at once is yet to be seen. Over the weekend, we saw a number of federal law enforcement agencies, ICBP, FBI, ATF, out on the streets with DC Metro Police, also looking into what's happening on a daily basis. Just over the weekend in Navy Yard, it's a beautiful part of DC, right near where the Washington Nationals play. We saw a fight break out, lots of teenagers, gunshots, and from that we also saw the city impose a juvenile curfew because so much of the focus data has been on the younger offenders in the district and whether or not the penalties have been too light for those people 14, 15, 16 who may be committing crimes. I remember we saw a number of carjackings from the last 2 years or so where it was shocking to find out that it would be a 14 or 15-year-old that would rob somebody at gunpoint and, of course, make off with the vehicle as well. We know that the new U.S. Attorney for D.C. has also been urging the City Council to come in and stiffen some of those penalties. But one of the biggest questions also will be about whether or not the president will have such authority to do what he's likely to unveil here. The White House already giving out a fact sheet of what they say is some of the arrests that were made over the weekend with the help of additional federal law enforcement sources. But one of the other questions would be whether or not we see Congress try to rein in some of DC's self-governing authority that dates back several decades. It's something that Republicans up on the Hill have talked about for a long time, but may not have had the votes to do just that. DC has a Democratic mayor, Muriel Bowser, who had been critical of Trump in the past, especially after what happened in early of 2021. But since then, they seem to have found somewhat of a working relationship. She was on another network over the weekend in which she said that the president would be in his authority to send the National Guard out to help with DC police, to help with law enforcement. But we've also heard from other DC officials, including the sole delegate of DC up on Capitol Hill, who believes she does not believe the president has such authority. So obviously the focus will be on what the president is able to implement, what kind of time frame he's looking at. The White House putting out this fact sheet, basically comparing the murder rate of DC to other world capitals, looking at Colombia, looking at London, and whether or not those numbers would be acceptable. There's been a lot of talk also about crime this year compared to years past. DC police, as well as the mayor's office, has been trying to point that crime is still down from what they saw just a few years ago, but crime before the pandemic still a major issue. And like we talked about the incidents over the weekend, it is still everywhere, whether you're even just leaving the White House, going up in the National Mall area, 8th Street corridor. If you've been to DC, there is a lot of this area that is absolutely still under concern for DC police. There's also been a question about resources, how many officers left the force after the pandemic. Dana, we'll see if the president weighs in on this, as well as his upcoming summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday. Dana.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Gabe, no pressure.
Next.
Yeah, who's next?
Yeah, next. Don't do it, Gabe.
Hi there, Anna. Good morning. Well, good morning from a very packed briefing room here. And as you mentioned, the President, a lot of questions for him about how this deployment of the National Guard might be undertaken. As you said, the administration already deploying nearly 500 federal officers over the weekend and just handing out a fact sheet detailing some of the arrests that they made. But according to police data, crime in the district has been 56% since this time last year. Now, there are a lot of questions about has the President considered deploy National Guard troops here? Where might they be deployed? The mayor has been brought into these plans according to a source close to her office. So we're waiting to hear right now, in a few moments, what the President plans to do with that fact sheet handed out by the administration thus far. And a post on social media several hours ago, the President saying that DC will be, quote, liberated today. Now, of course, on it is not the only topic that we're expected to hear from the President. Preparations are underway for the high-stakes meeting between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin on a major unanswered question right now. President Zelensky be invited to that summit on Friday in Alaska. And what types of concessions might the Russians be prepared to undertake? The President suggesting that Ukraine might have to cede some territory. Of course, that is something that the Ukrainians have long said that they would not be willing to do. So that, along with many other questions, are explored and all that, and also reaction to the judge's ruling.
So quiet.
Do they look ready back there?
Yeah. No. No. I'll get down there.
The camera pan. I'm gonna be swinging to cover the whole room.
I got you. I'm gonna get there. I promise.
Get a seat.
Yeah, I will. They're not, it's not internet right now. I will get out of the way, I promise you. My big head's not gonna block any camera.
Thank you.
So, has he just not shown up? What the fuck is going on here? Why's my camera not working? Shit. So I'm opening that.
All right. They made no official announcements, so I don't know whatever you heard didn't come from them. So it's still on standby. Thank you very much. Thank you. And everyone will love my second question today that I'm going to ask the president. They're going to love it. Everybody will love it. They'll applaud it.
I know what you saw.
But I was out. I didn't see it. There was literally something right when I saw it.
Okay, that is working. And now everything should work, including my microphone. Okay, we're good? Yeah. Jesus. I had to do a firmware update. No, I don't think the hub's overloaded. Maybe. Oh, that's wild. Hmm. But if I full screen it, weird. What did I say last night? What the fuck is going on in this conference room? Where the fuck is Trump? Somebody get him his ED medication so he can get up on stage. Has anybody tried putting children in the press pool? What's wrong with Discord?
I'm off camera. Can you hear me?
See? The White House could plan better so we don't have to wait for the spray tan to dry every presser. Yeah. Can they lose 90? We're tested enough, sure. Gamma at 85 is starting to pick up also. So there's more negative gamma at 85, at least than there was. Yeah. Which is starting to make it more likely that we slip. We slipped 90 a little bit earlier today. We just need to break back through the 87 level. But there's still support down at 80 and then 70. What the fuck is a fourth test climb? Discord's on, Robinhood. Why do you keep saying that? It's been on all this whole time. You're in there. I see you. Is the Gex indicator on the vertical axis of the top left chart supposed to represent the same data as Gex chart at lower right? The shapes look different. That's because this is 15 minute. This is 15 minute right now. And this is cumulative. Plus OI. We'll get into that later. No, not working. Beautiful. Fucking piece of shit, motherfucking stupid Epic Pen. Fuck you. This is 15 minutes per the slider. Right here. Oop. So that is Gex volume, 15 minutes. Then up here is cumulative. Don't tell me what to do with my fucking profanity. Edgar found his flesh suit. Oh, look, he's got people on stage. That's the entire Wehrmacht.
Wow.
Wow, all these people that I told to be here are here.
Like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really a lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, very serious purpose. Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border.
Something you made
announcing
up?
historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're
Because you're number
gonna
one,
take
Willie.
our capital back. We're taking it back under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States. I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington.
How the fuck
today
is Trump trying to invoke
Bogota, Colombia,
a home rule
City,
act
some of the
for a
places that you hear
district
about
controlled
as
by Congress?
being the worst places on earth? Much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And, you know, when you take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad is, we doubled up on Baghdad. Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned, Lima, Peru, all double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000, number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. That where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication. There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers on crime. And we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster. And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. Every American has a constitutional right to be able to access and petition their government in safety, and countless federal officials and employees likewise have the right to carry out their jobs in peace without being shot. As you know, I lost a very good person a while ago, was shot waiting for his wife. He was in the car. They robbed his car. They shot him. They killed him like it was nothing to it. She was walking to the car. It's a horror show. This issue directly impacts the functioning of the federal government and is a threat to America, really. It's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at Chicago.
Where's the fucking
how bad it is.
Epstein
You look at
list?
Los Angeles, how bad it is.
Stop
Other
protecting the
cities are very
Democrats.
bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this. And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with D.C., and we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say. Days ago, a former member of the Doge staff was savagely beaten by a band of
Good.
roving thugs after defending a young woman from an attempted carjacking. He was left dripping in blood. He thought he was dead with a broken nose and concussion. Can't believe that he's alive. He can't believe it.
He was trying to use the tactic he learned in his alpha male
21-year-old
boot camp.
Congressional intern was tragically killed after being hit by a stray bullet in a drive-by shooting. A former Trump administration official named Mike Gill, fantastic person, was murdered last year in cold blood in a carjacking blocks away from the White House.
He got beat up by a middle school girl.
Great person,
Incel.
waiting for his wife
Sorry.
as she was walking to the car. A Democrat congressman was also carjacked at gunpoint not far from the Capitol. And in 2023, an aide to Senator Rand Paul was stabbed in the chest and head by a demented lunatic as he walked down the street, just absolutely for no reason.
You've got two crimes
Last
in
July 4th weekend,
fucking
a
5
3-year-old
years.
girl was shot in the head and killed while sitting in a
Nope,
car
3.
near the Capitol. It's becoming a situation of complete and total.
I worry that this power
powerlessness.
grab in DC
And
is
we
just a
get rid of the slums, too.
prelude
We
to
have
something
slums here. We're
worse.
getting rid
Yes,
of
it
them.
is.
I know it's
Not something
politically
worse.
correct.
We're already there.
You'll say,
Stop
"Oh,
deluding
so
yourself into
terrible."
thinking
No,
that
we
we
get rid of
don't
the
already
slums
live in a
where they
dictatorship.
live.
It's already happened.
Caravans of mass youth rampage through city streets at all times of the day. There are ATVs, motorbikes. They travel pretty well. Entire neighborhoods are now under emergency curfews. Just this past weekend, gunfire
One sec.
went through, and you saw that the Navy Yard. I saw it this morning. They saw that they fought back against law. See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night. And they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them and told them whatever happens, they love to spit in the face of the police. As the police are standing up there in uniform, they're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any search. So and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. This dire public safety crisis stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership, the radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, every place in the country where you have no cash bail is a disaster. That's what started the problem in New York, and they don't change it. They don't want to change it. That's what started it in Chicago. I mean, bad politicians started it, bad leadership started it, but that was the one thing that's central, no cash bail. Somebody murders somebody and they're out on no cash bail before the day is out. We're going to end that in Chicago. We're going to change the statute. I spoke with Pam and Todd and everybody. We're going to change the statute, and I'm going to have to get the Republicans to vote because the Democrats are weak on crime, totally weak on crime. They don't know why. They want to stop because they get mugged too. But we're going to change no cash bail. We're going to change the statute and get rid of some of the other things. And we'll count on the Republicans in Congress and Senate to vote. We have the majority, so we'll vote. We don't have a big majority, but we've gotten everything, including the great, big, beautiful bill. Got that done, and that's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to people in this country. They're starting to figure it out, how good it is. Biggest tax cut in history. So many things. But we'll be able to get that done. So, Todd, if you and Pam can draw up things working with the people, we will. I'll get it passed. We'll get it passed with the Republicans. Probably won't get, think of this, probably won't get one Democrat vote because they have no idea what they're doing. That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody transgender. And they just got walloped in an election, in a landslide, and they haven't changed one thing. I saw the other day the certain gentleman who was very well-known politician, Democrat, was fighting like hell that men should be allowed to play in women's sport. They just don't get it. They said it's an 80-20 issue, and I think it's a 97-3 issue. And I don't know who the three are. I've never heard anybody nobody's ever come up to me, sir, you have to let men play in women's sports. You have to do it, sir. Nobody's ever approached me. I don't know where this issue even comes from. Never seen anything like it. But they turned our nation's capital into a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's the other thing. We have to get rid of sanctuary cities as quickly as possible. We're going to do it, too. We have to. Because it's sanctuary for criminals. Releasing illegal alien gang members onto the streets in 2022, nearly 70% of criminals arrested in Washington went unprosecuted. That's not going to happen with the group we have standing aside and standing behind me. And at the Metropolitan Police Department, it's now reached a small number relatively compared to what it was, but it's thousands of people. You know, we have thousands of police. I was told today, sir, they want more police. I heard a number, 3,500 police. That's a lot of police. 3,500. I thought they were going to say, we only have 30 policemen or women. He said, we have 3,500. We need more. You don't need more. That's so many. I never heard. That's like an army. How could you need more than 3,000? It just happened 2 minutes ago. Sir, they've requested more police. Oh, what do they have? About 3,500. I said, 3,500? This is not a big area. It's ridiculous. What you need is rules and regulations, and you need the right people to implement them. And we have the right people here, that I can tell you. Look at the border. Biden said there's nothing you can do. Kamala was the border czar. She never called one of the Border Patrol agents who are great. ICE is great. Never spoke to anybody. Never went there. But she was the border czar. And everybody said it was impossible to fix. I fixed it in 3 months. No, really. I fixed it the first week, but really fixed it over the last couple of months. And I mean, literally to a point where, as I said, 0 illegals entering our country in the last 90 days. Pretty amazing. It's time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to take years, because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. You know, if you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible. But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, a lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police, but they're rough police, and they do their job. They
Is
don't
he
have
still
crime.
babbling?
We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic
No, it's fucking not.
emergency.
Fuck you. It's just
And
a
it's
power
embarrassing
grab.
for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was.
Have you ever been to Russia?
With graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way. Because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful potential.
He's not going to
capital in the
Alaska
world.
anymore.
We always
Putin
have.
didn't want to make the drive.
But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top. No, we don't have to rip the road out and spend 7 years building a new road because they cut everything. Because some designers said, well, we need a quarter of an inch more turn for safety reasons. No, we're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly. So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person. And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police. And those people are the ones that want to help you. This city will no longer be a sanctuary for illegal alien criminals. We will have full, seamless, integrated cooperation at all levels of law enforcement, and we'll deploy officers across the district with an overwhelming presence. You'll have more police, and you'll be so happy because you'll be safe. When you walk down the street, you're going to see police, or you're going to see FBI agents. We're going to have a lot of agents on the street. You're going to have a lot of essentially military, and we will bring in the military if it's needed, by the way. We're going to have National Guard. But Pete Hegseth will tell you about it. We will bring in the military if needed. People say, oh, that's so terrible. He's going to bring in, it's been used many times over the years. I don't think we'll need it. I think we've got so many great people, including the people that are in the police department with proper leadership. They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out. They won't be here long. But some of these people, a lot of them, are homegrown criminals. And these are bad people. These are rough people. And this is just a list of some of the people that were given to me today that were criminals removed from the D.C. streets this weekend. They were rough and tough. But we're rougher and tougher. Look at these people here. Nothing, you know. They're not going to be your local school teacher. Look at this guy. He has killed people numerous times. They're not going to be an asset. They will never be an asset to society. I don't care. I know we all want to say, oh, they're going to be rehabbed. It's not going to be rehabbed. I'm going to ask Doug Burgum to come up and say a couple of words because he's in charge, as you know. He's Interior, but he's in charge of the U.S. Park Police. And I've heard so many great things about the Park Police. They're proud of it. They've been there for a long time. Their families oftentimes grow into the roles. They love the country. They love this area. So, Doug, could you say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the U.S. Park Police, this is the oldest federal police force in the nation. They were formed in 1791 by none other than President George Washington. They've got the awesome responsibility of protecting our nation's most sacred monuments. The National Mall, Washington Monument, Jefferson Memorial, Lincoln Memorial, Statue of Liberty, and out west, the Presidio and the Golden Gate area. These folks have tens of millions of visitors a year, the kind of people that President Trump's talking about that come from around the country and around the world to see our sacred and learn about our history and our sacred monuments. They've been doing a fantastic job, but they are so pleased, the rank and file, that President Trump is now allowing them to enforce the law. As those of you that live in the city may know, that the circles and the triangle parks that are spread throughout D.C. are actually federal park property. So the U.S. Park Police also have responsibility for that. These became littered with homeless camps under the Biden administration. All of you saw that. Since President Trump's executive order on March 27th, making D.C. safe and beautiful again, the U.S. Park Police have removed over 70 homeless camps. And President Trump also talked about beautification. They're stopping and enforcing the laws against graffiti on our monuments. They've removed over 80 specific attacks against our history with graffiti on our monuments. So they continue to do a great job, whether it's in their vehicles, on foot, or on the mounted police that you see around the National Mall. And President Trump, they thank you. The rank and file is so happy to be enforcing the law again. Thank you for your leadership. And they're excited about the announcement you're making today.
Thank you. Very good. Great job you're doing. Thank you very much. Pete, could you say something about the military, if you would?
Well, Mr. President, it's an honor to be here. And at your direction this morning, we've mobilized the D.C. National Guard. It'll be operationalized by the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, through the D.C. Guard. You will see them flowing into the streets of Washington in the coming week. At your direction as well, sir, there are other units we are prepared to bring in. Other National Guard units, other specialized units. They will be strong, they will be tough, and they will stand with their law enforcement partners. This is nothing new for DOD. As the President noted, at the border, we've got 10,000 troops down there who've been operating in defense cooperation areas, defense zones, where there's zero illegal crossings because of troops on strikers scanning the border. We've been protecting other people's borders for 20 years. It's about time we protect our own, and we're working with ICE and CBP. In Los Angeles, we did the same thing, working with the California National Guard, working with ICE officers. ICE officers deserve to do their job and not be attacked. We will work alongside all D.C. police and federal law enforcement to ensure this city is safe, this city is beautiful. And as I always say about President Trump to the troops, he has their back. And my message to the National Guard and federal law enforcement in Washington is, we have your back as well. Be tough, be strong, we're right behind you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm going to ask Pam, because she's now, as you heard me say, she's really in charge of a lot of what we're talking about. She's done an incredible job. People are going to start to see the fruits of her labor. And Pam, maybe you could say a few words about what we're talking about here.
Sure, President.
Let me be crystal clear. Crime in D.C. is ending and ending today. We are going to use every power we have to fight criminals here. President, thank you for caring about our capital. Families come here every summer. Our museums are free. We have the National Zoo. We have the National Gallery. D.C. should be a place where everyone can come and feel safe. Behind me and to my side, we have some of the best career law enforcement and prosecutors.
Wait, do Republicans need a safe place?
Take this on. As the president said, Terry Cole is going to be supervising the Metro Police Department. Gadi Serralta, our U.S. Marshal, is going to be supervising command and control, the entire operation. Our Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, and I will be working with them closely, along with our great FBI Director, Kash Patel. Kash is going to talk to you in a minute about what we did in Virginia recently with Governor Youngkin. Many of you covered that, and it was tremendously successful. Not only that, our secret weapon here in D.C. is U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, one of the toughest prosecutors and a former judge, and she is going to be talking about juvenile crime, how it's out of control here, and what she's going to do to fight back. No more crime rampant in our beautiful capital. No more teenage girls beating a disabled man to death. No more of that. No more drive-bys. We're going to do everything we can. And working with the ATF Director Driscoll and Commander of the Army, we're going to all work together. That's what we all do in this room. We work together, we fight. Do not underestimate one person in this room. We're going to make D.C. beautiful. We're going to make D.C. safe again. One other thing, just at the wharf a few days ago, the area of the wharf, Terry Cole reached out to me, not even nightfall, on the weekend, where so many families in tourists go. A guy's overdosing from fentanyl on a park bench. In the middle of families around, they administer Narcan and saved his life. No more of that. The President of the United States is going to clean up D.C., and we're going to be there to help him, and we're going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Cash, talk about Northern Virginia, if you would. Northern Virginia, we had a big success.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for your leadership, Deputy Attorney General, and the rest of our interagency partners. Mr. President, the following is what happens when you let good cops be cops, and I just want to highlight that before I get into Northern Virginia. This year alone, under President Trump's administration, we've had over 4,000 child victims identified and found. That's a 33% increase from the same time period last year. 33% increase. We've had a seizure of 1,500 kilograms of fentanyl up to this date. That is a 25% increase since the same time period last year. And just to put it in perspective, 1,500 kilograms of fentanyl is enough to kill 115 million Americans. 115 million Americans. Cops are getting after it. The FBI has arrested 19,000 people this year alone. Thanks to President Trump's administrations, that's double than where we were this time last year. And we have also arrested 1,600 people who have committed violent acts against children. 270 of them are human traffickers of children. Mr. President, this is what happens when you have great leadership at the Attorney General with Pam Bondi, your administration's priority of protecting the homeland and protecting American citizens and protecting our children, and the murder rates are plummeting. We are now able to report that the murder rate is on track to be the lowest in U.S. history, in modern recorded U.S. history, thanks to this team behind me and President Trump's priorities. And how do we do it? And what are we going to bring to D.C.? What we did in Northern Virginia, thanks to Terry Cole and Governor Youngkin and the team, we stood up a task force out in my Northern Virginia field office, and we said, let's let good cops be cops, let's get them the intelligence and what they need, and let's get the red tape out of their way, and let's get DOJ partnered up with us to bring great prosecutions, and that's exactly what we did. In 1 month, we arrested 545 violent felons. 545 in the state of Virginia, thanks to Governor Youngkin's partnership. And that simplicity in law enforcement is what's coming to Washington, D.C. When you let good cops be cops, when you give them the intel they need, when you work with our Homeland Security Task Force, when you work with Terry and Gaddy and I go way back to Miami. These guys are great leaders of the respective departments and law enforcement capacities. And when you have the DOJ and President Trump driving behind this mission, we are going to clean up Washington, D.C., and we're going to do it the right way, the lawful way, and we're going to make sure Washington, D.C. is safe again. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you very much. Good job. Thank you, Cash. So the process begins right now. It actually started over the weekend, and we confronted a lot of very bad people. But it's going to be something that will be pretty amazing to you as you watch it. And I think most of you say it's a beautiful thing to do it right. We're going to be removing homeless encampments from all over our parks, our beautiful, beautiful parks, which now a lot of people can't walk on. They're very dirty, got a lot of problems. But we've already started that. We're moving the encampments away, trying to take care of people. Some of those people, we don't know how they even got there. Some of those people are from different countries, different parts of the world. Nobody knows who they are. They have no idea, but they're there. We're getting rid of the people from underpasses and public spaces from all over the city. There are many places that they can go, and we're going to help them as much as you can help. But they'll not be allowed to turn our capital into a wasteland for the world to see. The Metropolitan Police Department and the federal authorities will be supported in the effort, a really big effort, the 800 DC National Guardsmen that we'll put on, and much more if necessary, much more. You remember I said, I offered 10,000 once. Remember I said to a certain person, a person who I thought always was highly overrated, not very competent, but I said, if you need them, we'll give you 10,000 of the military or the National Guard. They turned me down. But if necessary, we're going to move service members directly to joining the Guardsmen, and that'll take place very rapidly, and that'll be done in conjunction with Pam and with Pete and everybody else. Washington, D.C. should be one of the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful cities anywhere in the world, and we're going to make it that. We're going to make it safe. We're going to make it smart. We're going to make it beautiful, so beautiful. Some of the buildings, we're going to add to it. You see what we've done at the White House. White House is a whole different building. I do that in my part-time because it's a natural instinct as a real estate person. I was very good at that, and I was very good at fixing things up. I like fixing things up. You see what's happening. The marble floors are being reinstalled, renovated, fixed. The whole place is becoming very beautiful. We're going to be adding a magnificent ballroom, most beautiful ballroom, I think, anywhere. We need it. I would have certainly loved to have had it today. I think we would have filled it up. A lot of you are standing outside, can't get in this room. I have never seen the room like this, which tells me that you want to talk about, I mean, this was a D.C. news conference. It tells me that you want to talk about crime in D.C. and beautification of D.C., but I'm going to put that's easy. And I think, frankly, fixing the crime with the pros, fixing the crime is easy, too. A person who I've known for a long time, and she's been incredible. She was a fantastic, one of the best ever district attorneys in New York. She was in Westchester, and she became a judge, very successful judge. And then she went into showbiz because she was such a good DA and such a good judge, tough judge, but fair, always fair. Nobody ever complained about that, but she was tough. And because of that and her reputation, she went into showbiz. So a lot of people don't, they think of Janine as showbiz. Actually, showbiz was not her thing. And she did great. She was on, along with a couple of other of my friends, on the #1 show. And she did great, but this is what she loves doing. This is really her baby. What she's going to do is going to be incredible. And I'd like to speak for just a few seconds on what she has in mind, what she wants to do. We're going to be appointing some judges. We have some open spots, and we're going to take people, because the judges are letting killers out. They just say, go, that's okay, don't worry about it. So we're putting some, Pam recommended, Todd recommended, some judges that are great. Janine recommended. Janine's given me 3 great candidates already. We have about 10 open spots, and we could probably create some more. We need them. Janine, would you say a few words, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Attorney General, and to all my partners here. We all want the same thing. We all want a safe city. We want a safe capital. We want to be able to bring our families here. We want to be able to come and enjoy the history that makes this place great. And unfortunately, we are not in that position right now. And Mr. President, I want to thank you for taking the step that we need right now to make criminals understand that they are not going to get away with it anymore. And I'm not going to stand here and go over and over the cases. But what I can tell you is this. I see too much violent crime being committed by young punks who think that they can get together in gangs and crews and beat the hell out of you or anyone else. They don't care where they are. They can be in DuPont Circle, but they know that we can't touch them. Why? Because the laws are weak. I can't touch you if you're 14, 15, 16, 17 years old and you have a gun. I convict someone of shooting another person with an illegal gun on a public bus in the chest, intent to kill. I convict him, and you know what the judge gives him? Probation. Says you should go to college. We need to go after the DC Council and their absurd laws. We need to get rid of this concept of, no cash bail. We need to recognize that the people who matter are the law-abiding citizens, and it starts today. But it's not going to end today, because the president is going to do everything we need to do to make sure that these emboldened criminals understand we see you, we're watching you, and we're going to change the law to catch you. And my final note is this. These kids understand that the jurisdiction is through the State Attorney General, Brian Schwab. I did a poster of the young man from Doge who was beaten bloody with a severe concussion, a broken nose. And then I did a poster of what happens to those kids, because I can't arrest them, I can't prosecute them. They go to family court, and they get to do yoga and arts and crafts. Enough. It changes today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Great job. Thank you. If I could, I just signed some executive orders. I'd like to have Will please come up, and we'll let the people know what we signed. Do you want to put them down?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
A short while ago in the Oval Office, President Trump signed 2 crucial executive actions to deal with the emergency crime conditions we currently face in the District of Columbia. The first of these was an executive order, as President Trump said before, invoking his powers under Section 40 of the Home Rule Act to take federal control of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. Along with that executive order, President Trump signed the statutorily required notification letters to Mayor Bowser and to the relevant House and Senate committee leaders. The second major executive action that President Trump signed was a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Defense to utilize the National Guard to address the conditions we see on our streets here in D.C. It also authorized the Secretary of Defense to work with state governors to utilize their National Guard units if necessary as well. These are bold, decisive steps intended to combat the out-of-control crime conditions we've seen on D.C.'s streets for far too long, and I, for one, am deeply proud to be part of an administration that's finally coming to terms with these issues, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you. So, just to conclude, Washington, D.C. should be one of the safest, cleanest, most beautiful places anywhere in the world. It was years ago. We had one problem that was a pretty big problem. The radical left got out of control, and they started trying to rip down statues. And I said, let's go pass a law real fast. We're going to do it real fast. But we were blocked by the Democrats, who do not want safety. Nobody gets it. I don't get it. They don't get it, because they can't get votes. I don't know how they can win an election with this, but they don't want safety. And I found an old statute, very old, early 1900s, that said if you so much as touch or even think about destroying a statue or a monument in Washington, D.C., you go to jail for 10 years with no probation, no anything. In other words, slightly different than we have today. Today we have cashless bail. Today you get jailed 10 years. No curtailed sentence, 10 years. And we took it out. Nobody used it. It was never used because, it's harsh. And you remember they started to rip down the statue of Abraham Lincoln. I said, that's a tough one to rip down. He was pretty good, Pam. I think he was pretty good. When the ropes started going around Abraham Lincoln to pull him down, Andrew Jackson, others, and they were heading to the Jefferson Memorial, Thomas Jefferson. They're going to do a big number there. I said, it's time. And I signed that statute immediately. We had it updated. We made it use the same language, all passed by Congress. And I announced it's 10 years in jail, no probation, no anything, 10 years, no curtail sentence if you touch, so much as touch a statue in Washington, D.C., and it was an amazing sight, beautiful sight. Everybody just left. The ropes were hanging around Andrew Jackson, and there were 2 ropes around Abraham Lincoln. They left the rope, but everybody just left. And that was the last problem we ever had. You know, that was the last problem that we ever had with the statues. They were going wild, and somebody came to me and said, "Sir, in 1910, I don't want to give you an exact because you'll say Donald Trump gave us wrong dates around like early on. You know, if I'm slightly off, they make you sound a little bad. So I won't put myself in that position. I won't put you in that position because I think everybody agrees with what we're doing today. But when I signed that thing, it was like a miracle. Everybody left. They were gone. They were starting to march down. They started the march toward Thomas Jefferson. And I figured he was always going to be safe. But they found something with him, and they found something with Abraham Lincoln. And even in the name George Washington in California, numerous places changed the name of George Washington High School and various other places. They took George Washington's name. This was a sick, woke culture that I think we've largely ended. And a lot of those people that were woke are now turning out to be the opposite. I won't go so far as to say MAGA. It's a very special category. But they've gotten out of that. But we have people that love this country, and they love this really beautiful capital. It is. I flew over it the other day, and I said, what a beautiful place. But if there's crime all over the streets, when you get there, it doesn't look so beautiful. But we're going to make it beautiful again. We're going to fix it with crime, and we're going to also, as we're doing that, we're going to start doing things that we know how to do, that I know how to do better than anybody, I guess, because of my experience from previous life. But not only are we stopping the crime, we're going to clean up the trash and the graffiti and the grime and the dirt and the broken marble panels and all of the things they've done to hurt this city. And we're going to restore the city back to the gleaming capital that everybody wants it to be. It's going to be something very special. All of these people are really tough. Could I shake your hand, Gaddy, please? You're going to be so important here. You're going to be that guy. I hope I don't have to fire him in 2 weeks because he's too soft. I don't think he's too soft. If I do, I will, though. Is it okay? If you're soft, weak, and pathetic, like so many people, I will fire you so fast. You're not going to have to worry about that. No, I think you're going to do a fantastic job. And everybody in this room, they may not express it, but they all want that to happen. You know, they want to be safe, and they have families too. So it's an honor to have such a large group. I've done this for years now, hard to believe. I've never seen this room so packed. In fact, I'm sure it's a violation of every fire code. But we'll let you stay anyway. You're taking a chance. And with that, we'll say, maybe if you could, oh, wow. We could be here all day long. If we could keep the first questions, perhaps, to this subject, and then we'll go on to a few others. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Can you talk about how personal of an issue this is? We talked about flying over the Washington Monument and seeing the pride of what D.C. is, and do you believe that the status of the city, the cleanliness, the way that crime is low, is a direct reflection on how the country is run?
Yeah, I do. I think the Capitol, look, everyone comes here. They're all coming. All the leaders, they're all wanting to come. And I say it, I've said it again, but I'm really just quoting other leaders from NATO, from the Middle East, King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. I was over there. We brought back $5.1 trillion of investment into our country. But a month and a half ago, I was at NATO. We had a great thing. They agreed to put up 5% instead of 2%. 2% they didn't pay, 5% is already paid. We had a great meeting, and they all said the same thing. They said our country was dead. They thought our country was gone. 1 year ago, they said your country was dead. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We do. We have the hottest country in the world right now. The tariffs have helped. It's given us not only the money, it's billions, trillions of dollars of money, but it gives us great power over enemies. We solved 5 wars with Pakistan and India with, we just solved one. Azerbaijan and, as you know, in Armenia. A war was raging for 37 years. And the two leaders got up and they said, we never thought this would be solved. Russia tried to solve it. They all tried to solve it. It was a very tough situation, but we got it done and got it done. And I said to the two men, I said, are you guys friends? And they had a hard time. You know, they've been killing each other for 37 years, right? One was there 5 years, one was there for 22 years. He said, my whole life I've been fighting this war, and you got it solved. But we did many of those. We did in the Congo and Rwanda. That's been going on for 30 years. 8 to 9 million people killed that they know of, but it was raging, and we got that solved. We got a lot of them done. It's a great honor. But you want to have, when they come, the leaders come to our country to sign documents that the war is over or whatever, or for other reasons. They come for trade. And you want them to come through so beautifully. You ride down those roads, everything should be perfect. You shouldn't have medians falling down into the roadway. Median, you know, the metal things that are always, somebody had a great lobbyist, because I've never seen them look good. I've been looking at those things with the little, right? They're always broken and bad, but here they're really bad. And we're going to either put new or fix it, and it's not expensive. It's not really expensive. And we're going to fix our roads a little bit. We're going to clean up our sidewalks. You have countries where every Saturday, the people go out and they wash their sidewalks in front of their stores or their houses. They scrub their sidewalks. So we aren't quite at that level yet. I don't think, Gaddy, we're not quite there yet, but maybe we will. They go out and they scrub. I think it's so beautiful to hear that and to see those stories. But we're going to make it clean. But just to finish with your question, it's a very, very strong reflection of our country. And when they see a bad city, you know, my father always used to tell me.
Positioning's not really changing much.
Smart.
There's some out of the money bot
And
puts at like
he
63,
used to say,
50,
"Son,
45 that came in.
when you walk into a restaurant,
Everything
and
around
you see a
spot
dirty
is
front
just
door,
super low volume
don't go
dog
in.
shit.
Because if the front door is dirty, the kitchen's dirty also. Same thing with the Capitol.
There's calls to the
The
upside of
Capitol's
us,
dirty. Our
95,
whole country is
6400, but then
And they
massive
don't respect us.
resistance
So it's a
at
very good
6400.
Sorry. Question for you on the specific issue. Do you expect more cities to follow DC's path if this goes through? So the idea is that Chicago, LA, San Francisco, would they expect similar action what we've seen in DC? And the other question, sir, there's reporting that the administration is going to reclassify marijuana. Would that send mixed messages that if marijuana is okay, some drugs are okay, but we're trying to clean up crime? How do they go hand in hand?
We're only looking at that. That's early, but you know, somebody reported it, which is fine. We're looking at it. Some people like it, some people hate it. Some people hate the whole concept of marijuana because if it does bad for the children, it does bad for people that are older than children. But we're looking at reclassification, and we'll make a determination over the next, I would say, over the next few weeks. And that determination hopefully will be the right one. It's a very complicated subject, the subject of marijuana. I've heard great things having to do with medical, and I've had bad things having to do with just about everything else. But medical and, for pain and various things, I've heard some pretty good things, but for other things, I've heard some pretty bad things. The other part of your question, I mean, we're just going to see what happens with it all. We're going to have a tremendous success in what we're doing. Other cities are hopefully watching this. They're all watching, just like everyone's watching here. They're all watching, and maybe they'll clean up, and maybe they'll do this and get rid of the cashless bail thing and all of the things that caused the problem. I mean, if you go back, this whole thing with cashless bail is a disaster. So many problems came that we never had before. So they're watching us today, and if they don't learn their lesson, if they haven't studied us properly, because we're going to be very successful. I have zero doubt about that. It's going to be. It's a question of will it be really fast, like the border. You know, everyone said, they used to say, Biden used to say, I need legislation. I didn't get any legislation. I called up our people, and we did a great job. Tom Homan was great. As you know, our secretary did a great job. They did a great job. There's no games. They didn't play games. And we're going to have the same thing here. But then I'm going to look at New York in a little while. Let's do this. Let's do this together. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent. His family threw him out of the business, and he ran for governor. And now I understand he wants to be president. But I noticed he lost a little weight, so maybe he has a chance. You know, you never know what happens. But Pritzker's a gross incompetent guy, thrown out of the family business. But when I look at Chicago and I look at L.A., if we didn't go to L.A. 3 months ago, L.A. would be burning like the part that didn't burn. If he would have allowed the water to come down, which I told him about in my first term, I said, you're going to have problems. Let it come down. We actually sent in our military to have the water come down into L.A. They still didn't want it to come down after the fires. But that was it. We have it coming down. But hopefully L.A. is watching. That mayor also. The city's burning. They lost like 25,000 homes. I went there the day after the fire. You were there. And I saw people standing in front of a burned down home. It was, their homes were incinerated. They weren't like, even the steel was literally, it was all warped and literally disintegrated because of the winds and the flame and the whole thing. It was like a blowtorch. They were standing on this beautiful day, maybe a couple of days after. We gave it a little time because what they had suffered. Almost 25,000 homes. And you see what's happening now. They didn't give their permits. I went to a town hall meeting. I said, we're going to get you the federal permits, which are much harder. Almost immediately. Lee Zeldin is a star. He did an incredible job. They have all their federal permits. They don't have their city permits. And the mayor said to me, we think we can have them in 2 years. I was walking down the street, and I met with firemen and police. And I was saying hello to many people that were standing in front of their homes with yellow tape. You can't go in. You can't go onto the lot. And those people wanted to start rebuilding their homes then and there. And the mayor said, we should be able to get them the permits within 2 years. I said, that's a shame. 2 years? Are you kidding? I'm going to get them the federal permit like almost immediately. 2 years. And she drew it back. Well, maybe 1 year. The place was booing her out of the place. They don't have their permits to build their homes. And now they're talking about putting, this is among the most beautiful areas was in the country. Now they're talking about putting low-income housing there. Can you believe this?
Can you imagine just being stuck on the golf course with this fucking guy?
I built low-income housing. I know more about low-income housing and luxury housing. I know about everything real estate. They want to replace some of those homes with low-income housing. They haven't gotten their permits yet. We've gotten all the federal permits, which are much tougher to get, and it was done almost immediately through Lee Zeldin and Federal Environmental. And I watched the other day, those people are angry. And now, you know, they had tremendous, they loved that area. They loved the whole big area, different places, but they loved it. It was all luxury stuff and beautiful stuff. And some wasn't that luxury, but the level of love for that neighborhood, their neighborhoods, was incredible. And you know what? I watch people on television, they want to go, they want to leave. They've lost their spirit, they've lost their heart, because the mayor's incompetent. And Gavin Newsom is incompetent. Got a good line of bullshit, but that's about it. He's incompetent. And you have Los Angeles is, you know, it's amazing. You know, I called, the first thing I did, I got the Olympics to go there. I was the one that got it. And by a rare thing that happened, I'll be the president. I was very upset because I got the Olympics there, and I said, I won't be president when it comes. But bad things happened, and illegal things happened, really illegal things happened. Now it turns out one good thing was I'm going to be the president for the Olympics for 2050, for 250, which is going to be fantastic, and also for the World Cup. So we have a lot of good things, and I hope 250 is going to be the 250th anniversary is going to be the best. But when I looked at those people, and I saw last night on television that they still don't have their permits, it's a disgrace what's happened in Los Angeles.
Yeah, thank you. The China tariff deadline is tonight. Do you plan to extend that?
We'll see what happens. China's been, we've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard. They have tremendous tariffs that they're paying to the United States of America. And we'll see what happens. They've been dealing quite nicely. The relationship is very good with President Xi and myself.
President, you mentioned your upcoming meeting with President Putin. Can
Yeah.
you tell us what you hope to get out of that and whether you'll consider inviting President Zelensky to join?
So you have to understand, this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. It would have never happened. It was the apple of his eye. I got along very well with President Putin. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. You know, it's just a question of time. Under Trump, you know what they took? Nothing. I was the one that said, you can't build your pipeline. That was half built. I came in, I stopped the pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody knows that, you know. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. You might have not even heard it. Biggest pipeline in the world. I stopped it. I was not a friend of Russia, but I got along well with Putin. It's always good to get along with other countries if possible, but that doesn't mean you roll over like Biden did. Biden came in and he immediately approved the pipeline. I couldn't believe it. Then they say Trump wasn't tough on Russia. I wasn't tough. I was the toughest. Putin said, if you're not tough, I would hate like hell to see you. I stopped the biggest economic development job, the biggest job that Russia had ever built. I stopped it. It was dead. And this low IQ president came in and he let them build a pipeline and supply oil and gas all over Europe, you know. So this is really a feel-out meeting a little bit. And President Putin invited me to get involved. He wants to get involved. I believe he wants to get it over with. Now, I've said that a few times, and I've been disappointed because I'd have like a great call with him, and then missiles would be lobbed into Kiev or some other place, and you'd have 60 people laying on a road dying. I said, that's cold, but it's a violent war. 5,000 to 7,000 people a week are dying. And you know, there's nobody from here. They're all Russian and Ukrainian people, and some people from the cities, much smaller number, but still, those missiles do damage and they kill a lot of people, but mostly soldiers. And they're young soldiers, although in the case of Ukraine, they're getting much older. They're drafting 60-year-olds now. It's a terrible thing to witness, and I think I have an obligation. Look, this is Joe Biden's war. This is not my war. I made a deal with NATO a month ago. You covered it very accurately, actually. We don't pay anything anymore. You know, we're not paying anything. They are buying things from us, and NATO is paying us. I got it raised from 2% of GDP to 5%. And they're paying us for everything that we send. We're not paying. But Biden approved $350 billion. Europe has spent $100 billion. The money that's been spent and the death is incredible. It's the worst thing that's happened, by far the worst that's happened since World War II. So I'm going in to speak to Vladimir Putin.
He's just making up words.
And I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it.
I want to ask Trump a question. When did you stop raping children?
We had a discussion about it one time, and we never had
That's a good, great question.
It never happened.
You should get a press
And
pass.
when the election was rigged, and then Biden took office, which was barely.
Step one, start a
Auto
right-wing
took
political
office.
pundit channel.
Bad things started happening. Bad things, stupid things were said. And it ended up in a war. And you know, and I don't believe this will happen anymore because I have that pretty well covered. This could end up in a third world war. This could have been a third world war. I don't think that's going to happen now. But I thought it was very respectful that the president of Russia is coming to our country as opposed to us going to his country or even a third party place. But I think we'll have constructive conversations. Then after that meeting, immediately, maybe as I'm flying out, maybe as I'm leaving the room, I'll be calling the European leaders who I get along with very well. And, you know, I have a great relationship, I think, with all of them. And I get along with Zelensky, but, you know, I disagree with what he's done. Very, very severely disagree. This is a war that should have never happened, wouldn't have happened. But I'll be speaking to Zelensky. The next meeting will be with Zelensky and Putin, or Zelensky and Putin and me. I'll be there if they need, but I want to have a meeting set up between the two leaders. I was a little bothered by the fact that Zelensky was saying, well, I have to get constitutional approval. I mean, he's got approval to go into war and kill everybody, but he needs approval to do a land swap, because there'll be some land swapping going on. I know that through Russia and through conversations with everybody, to the good, for the good of Ukraine. Good stuff, not bad stuff. Also, some bad stuff for both. So there's good and there's bad. But it's very complex because you have lines that are very uneven, and there'll be some swapping, there'll be some changes in land, and the word that they will use is, they make changes. We're going to change the lines, the battle lines. Russia's occupied a big portion of Ukraine. They've occupied some very prime territory. We're going to try and get some of that territory back for Ukraine. But they've taken some very prime territory. They've taken largely ocean, in real estate we call it oceanfront property. That's always the most valuable property. If you're in a lake, a river, or an ocean, it's always the best property. Well, Ukraine, a lot of people don't know that Ukraine was largely 1,000 miles of ocean. That's gone. Other than one small area, Odessa. It's a small area. There's just a little bit of water left. So I'm going to go and see the parameters. Now, I may leave and say, good luck, and that'll be the end. I may say this is not going to be settled. I mean, there are those that believe that Putin wanted all of Ukraine. I happen to be one of them, by the way. I think if it weren't for me, he would not be even talking to anybody else right now. But I'm going to meet with him. We're going to see what the parameters are. I'm then going to call up President Zelensky and the European leaders right after the meeting, yeah. And I'm going to tell them what kind of a deal. I'm not going to make a deal. It's not up to me to make a deal. I think a deal should be made for both. I think Russia has to get back into building their country. It's a massive country. I think they have 11 time zones, if you can believe it. It's a massive, it's by far, from the standpoint of land, it's by far the largest. They have tremendous potential in Russia to do well. They're not doing well. Their economy is not doing well right now because it's been very well disturbed by this. It doesn't help when the President of the United States tells their largest or second largest oil buyer that we're putting a 50% tariff on you if you buy oil from Russia. That was a big blow. And then they say, gee, he wasn't so tough. Nobody else would have done that. And I haven't stopped there. I mean, look, I was all set to do things far bigger than that, but I got a call that they'd like to meet, and I'm going to see what they want to meet about. I'd like to see a ceasefire. I'd like to see the best deal that could be made for both parties. It takes two to tango, right? So ultimately, I'll have a meeting next week. I had a great relationship with him, considering the fact that, I was not nice to him because of the pipeline. I ended the pipeline. I also gave the javelins. Do you ever hear of a javelin? Javelin is called a tank buster. They say that Obama gave them sheets and I gave them javelins. If it weren't for me, all those tanks that were destroyed at the first days of the war because the tanks got stuck in the mud, some commander made a better. They would have been in Kiev in 4 hours going down the highway. But a Russian general made a brilliant decision to go through the farmland instead. And they just had torrential rains, and the rains were so bad, and it was mud, and those tanks got stuck in the mud. I don't know who that general is, but knowing Vladimir, he's probably not around any longer because all those tanks were stuck in the mud, and they went along with the javelins. I gave them the javelins. You know that, right? I gave them javelins. They gave them sheets. But I'm going to meet with President Putin, and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first. And then I'll call them after. And I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting. Or I may say, we can make a deal. I will tell you this. I've seen a poll coming out of Ukraine. 88% of the people would like to see a deal made. And if you go back 3 years, everybody was gung-ho for war. Everybody's gung-ho for war until you have it. It's an amazing thing. I had it with a couple of countries where I couldn't get a deal done with one particular country. And I just couldn't. The guy's great. He's a friend of mine. Great. Good leader. Tough as hell. I couldn't get the deal done, and then he went into war for a short period of time. You know where I'm talking about. First term. And it was nasty. Guys being killed all over the place. And he went through 1 week of war, and I was able to get the deal done. He said, "This is nasty." Yes, please.
Yeah, just to follow up on what you were saying there. First of all, Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited on Friday?
He wasn't a part of it. I would say he could go, but he's gone to a lot of meetings. You know, he's been there for 3.5 years. Nothing happened.
And what is the definition?
I mean, do you want somebody that's been doing this for 3.5 years? What's the definition of a good deal? I'll tell you after I hear what the deal is. Because there could be many definitions. You know, you're talking about a very large and complex situation. Now, I tell you, the war that I just settled with Azerbaijan and with, as you know, and Armenia was almost as complex as this one, having to do with routes,
Successful
trade.
meeting on Friday with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be
How will
made.
you know that?
Because that's what I do. I make deals.
Mr. President.
please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask you two questions, one about China, one about Russia, if I could. On China, your administration agreed to send the most advanced or advanced NVIDIA and AMD chips.
No, obsolete. No.
Obsolete chip. Well, and then 15% of the
You
profits
mean the
come back.
20s? No. This is an old chip that China already has. And I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. Now Jensen also has, Jensen's a very brilliant guy, and Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market. So I said, listen, I want 20% if I'm going to approve this for you, for the country, for our country, for the U.S. I don't want it myself. You know, every time I say like 747, I want, yeah, for the Air Force. So I just wanted, so when I say I want 20, I want for the country. I only care about the country. I don't care about myself. And
the war will be
says
over
we make
within
it
24
big.
hours
So
of
we
me becoming
negotiate
president.
So he's
Patrick Farmer
selling
members.
a
Thanks,
essentially
Gilgamesh.
old chip that Huawei
Is that showing
has
up? Okay.
a similar chip, a chip that does the same thing. And I said, good, if I'm going to give it to you, because they have a, they have a stopper, what we call a stopper, not allowed to do it. A restricted, it's really known as a restrictive covenant. And I said, if I'm going to do that, I want you to pay us as a country something, because I'm giving you a release. I released them only from the H20. Now, on the Blackwell, I think he's coming to see me again about that. But that will be a unenhanced version of the big one. Like, I don't know if you know it, we will sometimes sell fighter jets to a country and we'll give them 20% less than we have. Do you know what I mean, right? That's the same.
So on Russia, do you see a time, Mr. President, when there could be normal trade between the U.S. and Russia? Should your meeting go well? Should there be peace?
I do, yeah. Russia has a very valuable piece of land. If Vladimir Putin would go toward business instead of toward war, it's a warring nation. That's what they do. They fight a lot of wars. A friend of mine said Russia's tough because they just keep on fighting. They beat Hitler, so did we. And they beat Napoleon. They've been doing this for a long time. I asked a question to a very, very smart man that some people like and some people don't like. Viktor Orban, right? From Hungary, the head of Hungary. And he's in that same area and knows the two countries very well. I said, this was before Biden didn't do anything to get us out of it. He could have gotten us out of that. It would have never happened. I said, so can Russia be beaten by by Ukraine. He looked at me like, what a stupid question. He said, Russia's a massive country, and they win their country, and they win their life through wars. They fight wars. That's what they do. He said, China beats you with trade. Russia beats you with war. That was a very interesting statement. China's not beating us with trade, not when I'm in charge. But they were beating Biden with trade, but they never beat us with trade. Don't forget, China had to pay $400 billion worth of tariffs when I was last time. That was last time. And if we didn't have COVID, all of this stuff we would be loaded. We're finding hundreds of billions of dollars of cash is pouring into our country now because of tariffs. And all we're doing is we're doing what they do to us. It's so beautiful to see it. They found last month, as you saw, $25 billion of excess cash flow. They're saying, where did it come from? I said, I'll tell you where it came from. It came from a place called tariffs, and we're doing very well. We're really doing well. But I expect to have a meeting with Putin that I think it'll be good, but it might be bad. And I'm here for one reason, to get rid of a war that somebody else started. Should have never happened. And if I could end it, great. Complex war, a lot of bad blood, But Zelensky's been there for 3.5 years. So if you put him in a room, now I will say this, ultimately I'm going to put the two of them in a room. I'll be there or won't be there, and I think it'll get solved. Yeah, please be.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Excuse me, I'm going to suggest, because do you have any other questions on DC? Because I don't want them to be. Wait. These are incredible people. I don't want them to be standing up here on subjects. Does anybody have a question of them? And then you guys can leave. Okay, a question, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right.
And by the way, this is only on DC, and then they're going to leave because it's unfair to have them stand up here all day long. Brian.
I've got two questions for you. First, about DC. This is personal for me as well. Last year, I was robbed on the streets by one of these teenage thugs. Had a gun, got away with it. Let's talk about the effort that between law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges, because it's a recycling belt. Like, these kids go, they don't fear the police. They know it. If you talk about how we've got to get these judges and put these kids behind bars, right. Adult crimes deserve adult penalties. And my second question, I'll after you answer that, please.
Do you want me to answer it?
Whoever wants to take it.
Okay. It's real. Do you want me to answer it? Go ahead. Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, or even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So the law has to be changed. As the president said, cashless bail. That has to be changed. All right, then, even assuming I get the case, I get jurisdiction, I get a conviction, the DC Council has given the judges the ability to give probation on shootings. And so then it's up to them. All of these things, the Youth Rehabilitation Incarceration Reduction Act, and now they want to seal records. So if we work hard, we get a conviction, they want to wipe it out. So that needs all to be changed.
Okay, Mr. Question.
Pam, would you answer that also?
Yeah, and just back to that topic. Let's be clear, though. We're going to charge them, and we're going to track every single thing they do throughout every step of the court process and report back to you and let all of you know what's happening to them. Because the people who are prosecuting them, the judges who are trying them, they also need to be held accountable.
Mr. President, you also made a comment. This is the most people we've ever seen in this briefing.
I've never seen
ever, right?
Yes. I've never seen any. Where's Caroline? Where's my superstar? Caroline. Is Caroline in the back? Where's Caroline? Come here, Caroline. Come here, Caroline. Come here. Is she doing a good job, by the way? Come here, Caroline. Is this the largest crowd we've that you've ever seen?
This is definitely the most packed briefing, and I think all of you would agree. I think it's why we need to build a ballroom.
Mr. President, I have a better idea.
All right, Brian, go ahead.
My question is this. You're building the big, beautiful ballroom. Yeah. Could we build a big, beautiful briefing room, updated technology, more seats?
I don't want to do that. I don't want you to be comfortable. So no, I don't want to make life comfortable. So look. Let's just do this. Let's do this. It's going to be a big thing. We're going to Russia. That's going to be a big deal. What happens, happens. I'll let you know what happens. You'll be the first to know. I'll be calling the European leaders. I'm going with totally. I mean, we have a lot of talks. They're great people. They're great leaders, actually, and they want to get back. Honestly, as one of them said, I've OD'd on trying to settle Ukraine. They've OD'd, meaning they've overdosed on the settlement of Ukraine. Not a nice expression, but boy, is it
What the
accurate.
fuck up, all of
They're
you?
tired of it. They want to get
Oh,
back
what,
to
the
spending money in their
sycophant press
countries.
pool?
You know, we're in. Biden gave them $350 billion. Europe gave $100 billion. It should be much more than that. Shouldn't have been that kind of. They should have had equalization, but they didn't. But you know what? Still a lot of money. They want to get back to building their own countries. They really want it resolved. My relationship with the European leaders, as you saw, is extremely good. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Wait. And we're going to try. I'll be in touch with them. I have 5 of
So
them call me.
range-bound.
You think it's easy? There are a lot of European leaders, but they rely on me. Very much rely on me. If it wasn't for me, this thing would never get solved until the last person breathing is dead.
Would you talk to them before?
Mr. President.
Yeah, I did. I'm talking to him right
Mr.
now.
President.
So I'm talking to the European leaders. I'll be talking to President Zelensky. I'm going to get everybody's ideas. I go into that thing fully loaded right up there, and we're going to see what happens. Now, I think one of 2 things is going to happen. It's going to be a good meeting, and we'll go a step further. We'll get it done. I'd like to see a ceasefire very, very quickly. Very quick. I'd like to see it immediately, but I'd like to see it very quickly. And we're going to be dealing with the European leaders, and we're going to be dealing with President Zelensky, and hopefully we're going to have a great success. As far as this, what we did today, and I think you were here for D.C. more so than even Russia, because Russia will be, you know, we have a couple of days to go, but the Russia is going to be very interesting. But to me, what is very exciting, and we're going to take back our capital. We're going to make it beautiful again, but we're going to make it, more importantly, safe again. It's going to be so safe. It's going to be a model. And then we'll look at other cities also. But other cities are studying what we're doing. And you have some capable people in other cities. They can do it too. But we have a great group of professionals. We're going to have a safe, beautiful capital, and it's going to happen very quickly. Thank you all. Thank you all very much.
Should the Justice Department appeal the Epstein decision today, Mr. President?
How long will the takeover of DC police last?
We'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll have another
Neighborhoods
briefing.
will see the National Guard on their streets.
All of them.
Will we get more prisons out of this, sir?
Check.
just to make sure she's that's what I meant. You do a good handlebar. You know what I mean?
This is where it gets annoying. I just had one that like just itchy.
And I was going to use this camera. It just that kind of color.
Alex, how does that rank in top 10?
Yeah, so this one's really
I'm waiting for people to go.
If she wants to come back,
Let's go back. Let's go back. Go to my table. Look on your face. What smile you got right there? 130. Come over that.
I don't know. The WHC.
I was like,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
oh, forgot all about it.
Depends on how many people sign up. It could be anywhere from 13 to 30,000. Size of the aircraft.
I'm not doing two different things. What's not it? Is she doing what's
Check the first report.
You just make game really good.
But it did sound like we might be coming in tomorrow. Take care.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry. Yeah, so back at resistance here, that's 6,400. I mean, Gamma's not really changing much around spot. 6,400, 6,403 is still very heavy resistance. Why are we trying to buy puts? I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing. This is resistance. I said 640203. If we go higher than this, that's a different story. I literally just said the prices. What has to happen for your shirt to explode off in a burst of liquidity? I don't, I don't, I'm not sure I know what the catalyst for that would be. I accidentally bought more puts and not stops and went to go get lunch. Where did you buy puts? Why would you do that? Why would you go get lunch with puts open? Chance we drop $20 now? Depends on if like 6,400, 6,395 calls close, probably. There's sold puts at 90. A little bit of support there. Still a little bit of support at 80. Not super likely. I don't know why anybody's trading anything today. I said awful and pinned to 6,400. More importantly, what do you go to lunch? What? If I didn't trade, then I wouldn't be a degen, and my identity matters to me. Interesting. Where did this pump come from? No idea. Trump's extorting companies and creating a tiny dictatorship in Washington, D.C. Well, tiny police state. Test bed for his larger national police state. What's all the gamma, what, 25? 30? Sold calls. It's like you don't know how addiction works. You need to work on your empathy, sir. Just don't trade awful chop before CPI. I don't fucking know. Definitely don't leave your puts open when Trump's got a presser. with no stops. God damn it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm doing like a bunch of gamma strike shit right now. Does this mean 6400 is now support and not resistance? Actually, 6400 isn't super supportive. It's just got a lot of pull, if that makes sense. Like if so 6400's basically all bot calls. So the gamma there, you know, it's very easy for price to stay pinned to it. And you have to consider like you have to consider the entirety of the chain at major levels like this, not just the 0 DTE. Yeah, there's just a shit ton of interest at 6,400. I tried to map out, I always try to map out the day for you guys as best as I can. But you gotta read the shit I write. All of it, not just the parts that you like. Not you, Jim. I'm speaking to everyone. Gross. Yeah, I know. Explains a lot. My friends ran into a 50-year-old coworker last week who actually cannot read. It's hilarious, but kind of sad too. It's it's insane to me that people can function in our society while being illiterate. The fact that we have illiterate people in our country at all that don't have some pre-existing mental disability is mind-boggling. Stop talking about our president that way, slot machine. Dear leader doesn't need to read. He can just glean the information from the pages directly into his brain. Like he can just hold the book against his head. Trump really is, he is doing big things for the illiterate crowd. Showing them they can be president. Sorry, Google reports you to ICE automatically. I don't have any control over that. Don't make jokes about the truth. Wait, that's how it makes it easier to bear. How did he become the deer leader? Some variant of Crutchfeld-Jacob disease. Creutzfeld. Crutz. It's okay. They'll just edit the Constitution. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry, they'll take it off of the Constitution website like they did with the other amendments. Is that the prion thing that eats your brain? Well, there's no deer to human transmission known yet. I have several patients who are illiterate. I also don't know how they function every day. Man, I need to be careful. I'm driving away the illiterate crowd, and they buy options too. Wait till they accidentally delete the Second Amendment. That's really gonna piss people off. Sorry, accidentally. You letting Bob just live rent-free in your head, different lime? I think illiterate people can count. Google saying 20% of US adults are illiterate. Is that is that the AI one? I love that it's updated that statistic from 2 months ago when it was 43%. How do I go long fucking God damn it. Ah, it was such a good joke and I forgot the name of the company. Hooked on phonics. Thank you. You profess to believe all kinds of crazy shit too. Does Hooked on Phonics still exist? I think so. I mean, it must if we solved the literacy crisis in the US in the last 3 months. Yeah, it does. They have an app now. There is no reading rainbow. They killed the public broadcasting company, didn't they? Or are they still killing it? Slowly stabbing its corpse. Because fuck Sesame Street, that's why. How dare they try to teach Trump to read? You can probably buy it on eBay if you really want to. What's woke BS? Sesame Street? Mr. Rogers looking down with laser eyes from heaven. Yeah, weak man, hard times, all that. I mean, technically, Oscar the Grouch had a home. How do you turn the fucking autocomplete off? Hard dicks, weak game. At least I waited till a day that you were up on your options before adding more work items to the launch list. Whew. Yeah. What makes you think I'm up on options? You sent me pictures. Pretty pictures. Oh, you just bought stock? Dear God. Which I sold? Wait, for a profit, right? So now I'm not up? You know, that still adheres to the definition of being up. If you end the day with more money than you had at the start of it. I buy stocks. I got 10 cents a share on my ulti last week. And then I used that to buy more ulti. I would just sell 1 CC on it when it mooned, but now I only have 50 shares. You're making all the pickle jars holding puts right now, hoping for a $20 drop. Jealous. Calm down. Sorry, over holding puts. Are they gonna get their wish? I don't know what's going on with this chart. The put call ratio is 1. I know that much. Oh no. 0.87. Whole day? 104. God, that's flat. No, I'm not serious. This probably isn't going to drop $20, but there's a lot of people right now who I think need it to. Or at least 3 people that complained in chat that need it to. My puts aren't overheld, they're diamond-handed, and I'm not wrong, just early, yada yada. Why does WeBull not allow for trailing stops on options? Most brokers don't. There's no option for that with the clearinghouses or the exchange. So if a broker's doing it, it's just algorithmic. And I would say because they haven't programmed it in. Although they did put trail stops on futures, which was cool. They do have trailing stops for options on Fidelity. Do you know why? Because the rest of their platform fucking sucks. You know what you can do on Webull though is you can just drag the fucking stop on your option up manually. Like a boss. Webull Futures has trailing stops. Yep. Cobra. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with your Gamma Strike. Why does it look like that? Why are you using a CRT monitor? I said it was resistance. This is my life. I want you to know that. Listening to the people who bought puts at the bottom complain and the people who bought calls at the top complain. I don't know. Why do you guys do that? Why are you buying options? You can sell them to the people that have the complaints. People who overhold EPAM complain. Yeah, I don't know why being up 300% wasn't enough for you. About both in the middle. I made 100% on a put, so you've got to stop shit talking puts. No, I don't. Where can we drop to? There's support at 90 and 80. Biggest support is 90, though. That was weird. Yeah, my internet wasn't even out. I could see you guys chatting. It was like OBS just shit the bed or something. Or maybe it was YouTube. Sorry, sold puts at 90 Bot calls at 95. I don't know if you guys heard that part. This fails 80 straight to 50? No, not at all. There's like significant support down at like 70, 65, 60 to the downside. Also, probably not going to fail 90. I stayed up too late, then this Chad told me it was going to be a really boring day, so I slept in, and I feel good about that. Nice. Is Apple going to stay over GM for a while? What do you define a while? I mean, look at the expiration on the in the money delta and like see when it falls off. You have the fucking the tools, right? Oh, you're not part of the beta. That's right. So I'll do it for you. Looks like a bunch of Delta comes off on the 15th, and then sup OPEX, so probably... It's not even at Gamma, like, well... Gamma exposure hasn't fully peaked. I don't think. I gotta look at the... It's at 228.38 right now. Probably not that long. Apple generally doesn't stay above Gamma Max for very long because there's so many potential call sellers. Could be a good, nice little opportunity for some. I don't know. I'd be careful with like longer dated calls because Gamma Max is still moving up a bit. But yeah, a lot of that positioning's falling off end of week, so probably like 14 or 21 day call, like spread selling. No, not full port puts on Apple. Where did you get that from? Do you think being able to harness one's greed is the biggest mental block for retail traders? It's definitely up there. I mean, the problem with this is the initial attractiveness of trading is everybody wants to get rich quick. And you know, that is heavily incentivized by the dopamine and, well, just the reward mechanisms that are triggered from trading. So the idea of, you know, just taking 20-30% profits over and over and over really consistently sounds terrible to most people, and mentally people avoid doing that. No, I didn't say 200-300%. Yeah, why take 20% when you can make 500% or lose 99%? The goal should be to be in trades for, you know, 10, 20, 30%, and then occasionally you make 2000%. And that's just really nice. Haven't you guys ever watched, I know you haven't read Moneyball, but have you watched the movie? Why are your goals so boring, shill? Trading places? Yes. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I think it's it's a lot like big numbers. It's very hard for most people to conceptualize the power of compounding gains. I mean, trading, psychologically to me, it's very simple. You can have low percentage gains, returns, with a high win rate. or high percentage returns with a low win rate. These are both viable. Yeah. But it's far better to have this and it occasionally turns into this rather than just aiming for this. See, also, some of the best traders I know are morons. Yeah, but they're also, morons that lack any, standard human emotion generally. Or at least, I don't think they have any. Like, they're so dumb that all they can do is function in a way they've been told to function. Like a drone. Not sociopaths. Just like a mouse in a cheese maze. Like, you remember that? You guys remember that guy I told you about who trades like VWAP on SPI on SPY? Yeah. Okay. When he started that trade, he used to make like $10 per leg, like every time he legged in. Like that was his profit on like I think it was like $5,000 of stock, which was a lot. That was a lot more SPY back then than it is now. And then his version of scaling this up was he would add $500 here and then extract like another $1.50. And he did that for 3 years. That's $10 more than the majority of retail traders will ever realize. And he just does the exact same fucking thing over and over and over and over. That man's name, Albert Einstein? No. It's Chris. And it's spelled with a K. Don't get me started. Shudders. Polish? Some sort of Eastern European. His mom was, at least. No, he makes like 5 or 600,000 a year. Just doing the same trade. I don't know how his performance has been recently, like the last few years, because I haven't talked to him. I think I'm still in like an old Discord group with him. Maybe. No, not a genius. Idiot savants on savant. I mean, it's not, it doesn't take like a lot of mental fortitude to figure out a thing that makes money more often than it loses money, and then just do that thing over and over and over and over and over again until you want to die. I've told him to just hire someone to build his strategy out algorithmically, and then he can just do something else all day. And he said, no, a computer can't do what he does. And I was like, all right. Next to doubt. So he's got like 0.5% return with like a 96% win rate. But he stopped scaling the amount of capital he uses like 5 years ago. 4 years ago? It's not hard to make a trade strategy that has a like 90+% win rate. It's just usually not worth doing all the time. I wish I could have that level of retardation so I could experience that sort of absolute confidence. I wish I had that level of retardation so I could be happy. This combo reminds me of that guy who let his goldfish trade for him and made like 600% in 3 months. I mean, what your average like household carp probably has like 4 neurons. It's not like it's gonna change its set of conditions dramatically. I don't know if it will make me happy or not, but I've decided to smile more. I smile all the time. It doesn't work. I only buy puts before the market goes down. You've been here for how long? How do you not know this? And on Nvidia before it goes up. But that was years ago. You know you can win most trading competitions by just sitting on your initial capital. Is it the negative gamma or lack of gamma at 6390? There's support at 6390. There's sold puts there. You can see them right here. Bunch of those little fuckers. Do we get the new side by each arranged live page? Or is that Market Twist? It's not for us beta plebs yet. Wait, what's Market Twist? Are you just making up keywords? Once we're done crafting it, we'll let you know what it all means. Well, one's a debit, one's a credit. So that's different. No, iron butterflies are a credit. Put and call butterflies. Well, long put, long call butterflies are debit. Or, yeah. I know. And then, yes, also, if there's any, although there very rarely is on SPX, if there's any out of the money arbitrage on puts or calls, then you can somewhat take advantage of it with a long put or a long call butterfly. Gorilla mode. Why is it difficult to find real traders like you in the trenches online? It seems everyone pushes those EMA signals, Bollinger Bands, RSI, basic shit, nothing esoteric. I mean, those... Very unfortunately, those are real traders, because somehow technical analysis as a method of predicting the future became very commonplace like 25 years ago. And everyone talks about it, so people think it's real. technical analysis is really important, and it definitely has a place in trading. But I think it's very easy for people to conflate the benefits of like risk management that are offered by technical analysis with it being predictive, which it is absolutely not. Given that all of the things you just mentioned are just reverse looking horse shit. Like everyone says you can't use the, like you'll go into all those discords and people will actually say you can't use the past to predict the future. But then they will literally go and do that over and over and over again. It's like using Fibonacci's. You're applying a natural ratio to a chaotic system. I don't know. I guess there's definitely other like knowledgeable traders out there, but I think most of them probably just mind their own fucking business. And maybe they enjoy the money they make more and don't need a cult/community of shit posters to keep themselves entertained every day. I didn't know I needed that, and then I found out I did. Why are volatility surfaces intimidating? Oh, I see what you're saying. Fuck you, good Godfrey. Elliott waves are just made up bullshit. The guy who developed, if there was such a great trading system, why is it the guy who created them died broke? Oh, God. Looking at the beta gamma strike, is this layout available in the top tier normal gamma strike? Yeah, it will be once we're done developing it. This is our like development mode. This is currently what's in gamma strike. Oh, that's Apple. Sorry. Which is very similar, but we added new tools. And we're testing them, and you can see they're clearly fucked up in lots of ways. But we're getting it all worked out. And yes, yeah, this IV chart is substantially better, and we may be able to make it even better than that. Ooh, we lost 90. That's actually kind of a big deal. If we fall below the delta flip, things will get more bearish. We got some well, we got a little bit of negative gamma down here we can fall into to 80. Under 80, still probably a little tough. A lot of sold puts down there. Well, I guess I shouldn't say a lot. There are sold puts down there. Volume overall today is very low. That was me. I think I designed the layout. Well, it was a team effort. I designed some of the layout, and then JFresh designed some of the layout. I especially like the Pepe. The Pepe won't be in prod. Nuke was just really feeling himself one day. There's some put selling going on this bounce back. Careful. Because I think like a bounce back to 6,400 is not all that hard. There's still a lot of bot calls at 95. It's not a different data provider. It's the same data. It's just different tools. You can see the put selling on the thing I'm showing you right now. If you look at the fucking IV here, it keeps getting smushed. And you can watch the puts increasing here at 80 and 90. See? I've been a half hour behind on stream all day, yet I feel so connected to the vibes and positive energy of this community. That's what I like to hear. Delta's pretty flat here, though. It's harder to bounce off of it. There's like probably not a lot of delta. Yeah, there's not a lot of delta gained at a move above 63.95. So bulls really need to push out hard to like get out to 6,400. Like there's this gamma up here at 63.95, but delta's negative, so we'll see. I would say delta going negative, like under the flip, which is about where, you know, resistance or support is, like 63.87 ish. Below that gets a little bit more bearish. Opens up a move to 80. I've never seen the volume on the put call chart that low. That's because we're looking at a 1 minute window. This is something we kind of teased on the last roundtable. So you could look at the entire day. Here. Or you can look at a 15-minute window, or a 1 hour window, 30-minute window, 15-minute window, 5-minute, or 1 minute. What opposite volatility chart? So what we're talking about doing is, I think we might have a solution for the smile. That's correct, Pulse Minus. Is it a frown? No. It's like a little bit of a smirk. It's slightly put heavy. The puts are priced a little higher, which is usually true. So that might just be boring. Also, the out of the money calls at 95, 6,400 are increasing. No, I wouldn't say it would continue down unless we see some like we see that move below 90. See below 90, like vol increases quite a bit. So this could trigger a sell-off, but as long as we stay, right at or just above 90, we're at support. Like there is support here. Oh, I get it. Delta 95 just slipped slightly positive. It's going to do that. It's going to oscillate back and forth until we break one way or the other. Is 64.15 possible today? I would say 15 or 20 is probably possible today. Technically. But kind of unlikely. There's a shitload of gamma and delta at 6,400. We opened a little bit on the bearish side of that today, and so, sold calls are weighted a bit more heavily than sold puts, which is kind of what I was describing last night. Like this morning, we were either, like in the pre-market, we were either going to open above or below 6,400, which is huge. And not just on the 0 DTE, across the whole week. And so if we opened above, bulls were going to leverage the support and sell lots of puts. But since we opened below, bears sold lots of calls. And so right now, the distribution of that is, if you go look here, it's a little heavier on the call, like the sold call side, than it is down here on the sold put side. And that's because, bulls started off the day in a slightly worse position. And then also on the upside move that we did get, they closed a bunch of their positioning. You have to, yeah, it's important. It's not important, but it helps to be able to think about how positioning is incentivized relative to the current trading level. Because you can draw conclusions about participant behavior based on, based on where we're trading, not the positioning they have, right? This is a little bit more esoteric than that, but like what is most beneficial for them to trade at those levels. This is something I'm very good at, but it's not necessarily easy to do. Or teach. Oh. But it is something you pick up with experience. That's your tism. A bit, yeah. Not updating price or gamma charts? For Tesla on RTD? Oh, weird. Okay, I'll let someone know. Yeah, if you hang out, I'll let you know if I get any feedback on that. It might be the data provider, so it might not be something we can control. Might be something else. I wonder if it's working here on dev. Just yeah, this might not work on dev at all. Ooh, looks like somebody's buying a lot of the 30 to 50 call. That's updating, but no price. Strange. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know what we're doing on dev, but it's not working there either. No. Don't you dare start from 0. Oh, you bitch. And this is why this one isn't released yet. Alright, back to prod. No, that particular aspect is very hard to teach. It's because it's like an amalgamation of understanding of market mechanics and like also just experience. No, I literally can't have someone write code to do that because it's dynamic. I mean, maybe, but it'd be very hard. But again, that's not trading, that's analysis, so it's irrelevant to what you guys need to do to make money. No, prod, not prog. How dare you? Well, you caught me in the middle of a serious conversation. 6410 or 6380, which is more likely? I think the question is 6400 or 6380. And they're both roughly equivalent right now. There's a little bit more demand on the upside of spot, but there's not a lot of support here. Like, it's a support, but it's a small support. Relative to today, it's a decent sized support, but volume sucks. Any other day, this would be inconsequential, but because volume's so bad, this is actually a support. If the support fails, which is really easy to tell here because Delta Flip is right below us, then probably 80. Maybe a little lower, potentially, like, we could drop it. It depends on how hard short puts pull back, but if they react unpleasantly, gamma is relatively flat down to like 65, 60, where bulls are actually selling larger numbers of puts. Can't be serious about what? Ooh, yeah, there it goes. New low. Fun stuff. Let it retest and then see if it fails further. Still have room to move down to 80. The 80 support is growing a little bit, so they're starting to sell more puts there. No, I don't think bulls are failing. Uh, They're just building support at 80. Appreciate you and the team for putting up with us and making GS a real shot at escaping the mind-numbing wage slavery I do most days. Good. That's what I like to hear. I hope so, man. There's the bounce. We could definitely get back to 6,400. Getting above 6,400 requires that we squeeze a bunch of things. So the chances are smaller. The live data IV chart shows IV further out sometimes. Could you do that thing where it shows IV on the SY but zoomed out? Just want to confirm. It doesn't, I mean, I don't, you can drag it. The dev, I think they're working on stuff on the dev one. It's not working right now, or it wasn't. So for a seller of IV, I'd want to sell the upside calls here. I mean, probably, because they're overpriced on the 0 DTE. Remember the last roundtable you mentioned how a GS novice might say volume just kind of goes up all day. Is there a better way than taking notes to track it intraday? Just wait for the new GS. Until you have the new GS, yeah, let's take I would just take notes intraday. What are the boring prices? I was wondering, what's the difference in Gex bars on the chart and gamma in the bottom right chart? The orange line? You mean the left and this? There's no... Oh. What... Are you asking what is the orange line? Orange line is the gamma at each strike, and the bars are the gamma exposure at each strike. So if you look at this is like, you know, 0.022, which is the gamma at the 63.95 strike. Yeah, no problem. Seems like they're struggling a bit to get it up. A little bit, yeah. I wouldn't say that 90 is like a hard resistance though. They're just not super willing to sell a ton of pits here, it seems. They sold some at 80, 85 on the little bounce we got, but they don't seem to be adding a lot more. Well, we're in negative delta now, so everything is just a bit more bearish. I remember on that 0 DT gamma that the market makers, you know, they're buying the uptick, but they're selling the downtick also, which makes it harder to recover. Positive gamma is the land of V's, not negative gamma. All of the strikes are pretty flaccid today. There's just a shitload of gamma at 6,400 and the rest of it's kind of irrelevant. And volume's low because CPI is tomorrow. The specific last roundtable was talking about the difficulties with IV, though. Yes. Volume, of course, goes up all day. It can't go down. Well, IV can. Yes. IV also goes up all day. So it's, yeah. Well, that discussion wasn't really with the difficulties of IV. It was the difficulty in tracking IV over a time series. Nvidia's 8% of the S&P 500. How did we get here? I'm surprised it's not more. We're likely to close the day flat around here. Probably, we're likely to close the day somewhere between 80 and 6,400. We're very unlikely to slip out of that range because yeah, the gamma is building too much on the outer strikes. No, I don't think 6370 is very likely at all. That would be the unlikely scenario, which would be that, you know, we keep squeezing short puts to the downside. And then we'd be squeezing quite a bit more of them at 6380 because those have about tripled in size since the first test. Like based on what I see here, 6390 is the most likely closing price with, you know, that probability falling off to the upside and downside out to 6400 and 6380. And then beyond that, the probabilities would fall even further. So like 6350, 6430 would probably be like 0%. Don't forget that AMD and Nvidia's revenues just got slashed by 15%. I would say probably very hard to lose like 6382 and very, very hard to lose 6378. I don't see any like put buyers coming in. I can't believe they agreed to that. Probably just plan on fighting it in court. Well, trying to fight it in court. have any thoughts on Paramount? No, because they're still saddled with like the massive debt burden. Why would just like UFC equal up? It's already selling off like fucking crazy. Who gives a shit who they ink deals with? They fucking rolled over $45 billion in debt to them. Or, sorry, $27 billion of debt. Imagine thinking I'll pay for a fight when I'm gonna keep illegally streaming. Yeah. I mean the reason is it would lower the cost of the barrier, right? Is if you can lower the barrier, you will reduce the number of people who stream it illegally. I'll never pay. Yeah, that's because you're a cheap fuck. That's why you're not a pigeon whale anymore. I still need to ban your beta account. Ooh, I gotta do that before the renewal. Pretty sure their subscriber count will massively increase due to UFC alone. I doubt it. Probably just people signing up for 1 month to watch a fight they want to see and then canceling. I know, Flama Blanca. I'm opening up a new Pigeon Whale channel that I forgot to do last week. Boom. And that is going to replace... Well, I don't want to replace that. Keep that. Okay, cool. Look at me adding value to Pigeon Whale. I see Slot Machine, Echo Ever Sky. Pigeon Whales are ranks 1, 2, and 3, monopolizing all of Girk's love. Hmm. The real estate listings chart in the pickle jar are going bad. How's CRE doing? I don't know. I haven't looked at reports on CRE recently. But yeah, I'm sure those debt burdens aren't fun. How did you get it to do that? I'm right outside the Finner building in Maryland. What rule should I propose to whoever is in charge after breaking in? Just get a little sandwich board that says win no PDT. And just pace around with like a bell. I told you that they weren't gonna let it lose that. Trump extends China tariff deadline by 90 days. Yeah, the market's already priced that in. That's not super surprising. I don't know how, it just randomly does it sometimes. It's weird. Somebody else is like locked into it right now, like they can't get out of it. By no PDT, I mean like futures, unlimited trades forever? No. No, they don't mean that at all. It means that the minimum deposit required to have unlimited trades will be lowered. I think the proposed amount is like 2,000 or 2,500. So instead of having to have 25,000 to trade throughout the day, you would only need 2,500 to trade throughout the day, or whatever it is. So 6,400 gex is mega positive. Actually, I think it's like mega negative. Technically, well, I mean, technically. I guess the MM exposure is mega positive. I'm just thinking about it backwards. So yeah. Yeah, the numbers on the UI issue should be accurate. It's just fucking, I mean, you can't really see them that well. We also display a specific set range for these charts. You could drag them till the next data update, but that's like very quick. Above seller, below buyer, below 6,400? No. Seller below gamma flip. Well, MM's a seller of the downtick, buyer of the uptick below the gamma flip. They're a buyer of the downtick, seller of the uptick above gamma flip. So if price rises through the gamma flip and goes up, the starts selling more the more it rises. But they also will then buy more on the downticks. So if these are the downticks. No problem. Was that just explaining that it moves fast or not? What I just explained? Yeah, that has an effect on that also. But I don't think that's what he was asking about. There's still an effective tariff rate between 30 and 40% on China. Yeah, I mean, that's why the China news didn't make a difference. Also, the market was already pricing in an extension. The deadline was supposed to be tomorrow, so. He also announced gold won't be tariffed. You can't change the candle time yet. Yeah. Working on it. I like your Apple approach to things on Gamma Strike. Don't make it like Linux by giving us all the options to adjust things. No, but I definitely don't have any intention of giving everybody all the options to adjust things. But I do. I do want basic expected functionality. Like, your fucking Apple phone has a volume button. It doesn't just choose the best listening volume for you. But don't worry, I'm not going to go too deep down that rabbit hole. A lot of that's very, very intentional. Can the options be subscription based? No discounts. Hmm. This is kind of shit. How long do we have till close? Like an hour 20? Jesus Christ. Some of the short puts at 80 are kind of dwindling a bit. Oh, look at that. See if we get support at 78. Yeah, a bit of a vol spike. What happened? Hmm. Interesting. No, the 90-day extension's like from like an hour ago. I don't think the stock market's gonna moon on pot like higher CPI. This is a question of how much higher CPI is. No, high CPI is not bullish. If it's higher than expected, then they have to start pricing out some of the 3 rate cuts. I don't think the rate environment's currently all that variable. What matters is the risk-free rate. Maybe if you're buying like very long-dated options. Otherwise, no, not really. No, just back up to 82. Bulls wanted to sell puts a little lower, I guess. On shorter time frames, though, yeah, I mean, row is... You can ignore it completely. It's like strike price times time to expiration to the negative risk-free rate times time to expiration. And then I think it's like done over a distribution. See, then that times like a distribution, cumulative distribution function. Rates need to change. Like, generally, the effect is minimal unless rates are the risk-free rate is changing very quickly. Or you're trading like a large amount of notional exposure where like those little changes in rows can add up across the entirety of your positioning.
Gorilla Mode put their pickle in my jar. Gherk, back in late 21 you said it ain't that hard to beat buffet 20 a year if you small and know what you doing. How you even get to believing that's possible when everyone be saying time in the market beats timing the market, putting a psycholo limit for those who don't know 5.
Back in late 21, you said it ain't hard to beat Buffett's 20% a year if you're small and you know what you're doing. Hold on. Can't read the whole thing on there. How do you even get to believing that's possible when everyone's been saying all the time, and time in the markets beats timing the market? Putting a psychological limit for those who don't know. I mean, that's an effective scale, right? The fact that Buffett can beat the market at, like 5 to 6% a year, in addition to the S&P gains over time, with the amount of capital he's carrying, is fucking unreal. But you also have to remember that, the more capital you have, you need your focus shifts. So if you have a lot more capital, you need to focus on preservation over focusing on growth. And so, if you're managing, $500 billion, the first thing that you need to do is make sure you don't fucking lose any of it. The second thing you need to do is try to grow it while not losing any of it. And that's very hard. And one of the things Buffett does so well, it's very simple, is that he doesn't fuck around a lot with, hedging. I mean, Berkshire does, but not as much as you'd think. And he just owns shit that he thinks is durably good and will rise at slightly better than the rate of inflation. Like their growth, their like his portfolio's CAGR over time will be, 3 to 4% over in like whatever the rate of inflation is. So he grows a little faster when inflation is up, grows a little slower when inflation is down. And he does that by buying shit when it's cheap and being very patient. And it's a very effective strategy. But when you're small, you can take more risk and you can move more into growth. And that allows, a small trader to beat someone like Buffett for, a very long period of time. Because they don't have the cost of hedging. Or not to the same degree. You can also just pick better companies than he does. He hasn't, he took advantage of a economic time period, which was very beneficial, but there's other opportunities. They never cease. You just have to find them. I mean, you could look at the growth of like Rentec, which, also beat Buffett for a very long time, or other funds that have outperformed him. They just haven't been doing it as long as he has. And part of all those compounding gains is the length of time. As a normal person, it depends what your goals are. I mean, at $1 million, I would probably be still focusing on a decent amount of growth, but yeah, there would be some preservation in mind. If your goal is just to get to $1 million, then all you have to worry about is preservation. If your goal is to get to 10 million or 15 million or 20 million, then you need to keep growing at a rate that supports you hitting that goal in the time frame that you expect to reach it. I mean, like I beat Buffett by magnitudes, percentage wise every year. I mean, like, but I don't have fucking $1 trillion under management. If I did, it would be very hard to beat his returns. Yeah, yeah. One day. No problem. I mean, you've seen it. I can pick stocks that'll go up, 50, 60% with a good degree of consistency. As at least as consistent as Buffett. But I'm also not buying 20% of those companies. And that's like he's kind of playing a very different game. So I don't want to it's very important to me that I'm not putting down on Buffett when I say that. I'm just saying that it's possible to achieve performance with smaller amounts of capital that greatly exceed the performance of someone like Buffett, which can allow you to catch up to somebody who has overperformed for such an extended period of time. And it's very hard to catch up to compounding gains at that level. You're saying we need a revolution? I still want to know what was up with our dunk to 75. Some of the 80 sold puts capitulated, which I mentioned right before we tanked. Like they started to weaken a little bit. They're actually still a little weak, but then bulls just sold the next strike down super hard, so just a little like mechanical weakness. No, it's numerology, Mike. Tanked. I mean, for today, it's like everything's relative, right? Just changed my oil. 13 quarts is a fuckload of oil. Wait, oh, did you change it yourself? Would you use a fucking trash can? Stop driving a Ford F-650. It's fine. 'My pussy made fun of me for printed, so I only lost like 20%. 13 US quarts? Yeah, about 3 gallons and what? Is that like 12 liters? 12 and a quarter liters? Trump talking China tariffs? Yeah, but no one cares. It's already priced in. That was expected. Basant alluded to it last week, so not a big surprise. $12 liters? What kind of car is that? It's Dorks or Nuke's fucking 6.0 V12 Hummer. Driving a road train. He has a Marine Corps issued Hummer. Choo choo bitches. Yeah, and he's rolling coal hard, so that 13 liters only lasts like 2 days. No, I'm not. It's not a Dodge. The Marines issue Dodge Chargers with $760 a month leases. Oh my god, I drove one of those like a few months ago. What a piece of shit. Not as big as a piece of shit as the Range Rover, but definitely a piece of shit. You guys ever just rent cars for fun? Or because like you don't want to walk to your parking spot? Stares blankly at Gherkin Midwestern. I kind of want to go ham in someone else's car through that rent sharing app. What a terrible idea. Yeah, yeah, it is. Turo? Yeah, it still exists. I don't use it. But there's like a place that's like not that far from me, but they do like luxury car rentals and sports car rentals. And you can just get them to bring the rental to your building, and they just like pull up out front. You just get in, and the guy who drops off just I don't know what happens to him. He just fucks off. But if it's that versus like 10-block walk to your parking spot, kind of wins out sometimes. Especially if you have to like bring shit with you. And you gotta like go get your fucking car, pull up, illegally park, drag all your shit outside, hope you don't get a ticket while you're inside. Nightmare. Disposable delivery driver. Yeah, that place is fun. Here comes the big dump, or the big pump. I mean, there's still support here, it's just shittier. I will say, Bears are selling a fuck ton of the 6390 call. Like a lot of them. I'm kind of surprised they've sold so many. Like an Uber to the parking garage. Yeah. Or, well, yeah, usually. So you get a real-life version of the GTA cheat code to just drop a Maserati there for you. I don't want to dox myself too hard, but they literally have that video on their website. Sick. uh, you have Waymo yet in New York City? Probably. No. Is that the self-driving shit? No. Forget Turo. All you need is a pair of Heelys. True. No, I never had Heelys as a kid. That's why I want them now. And they don't make them in my size. They make them up to like a size 12. And I've tried, they don't fit. I did have soaps, yeah. 13, 14. Ultimate gift for Gherk. Size 13 custom Heelys. Yeah, then I get a stream from a hospital bed. It'll be awesome. Heelys would be dangerous for me. My house has a lot of stairs. Just put your feet down. That's all you have to do. You only roll when you want to. Need to. Unless you run down your stairs on your heels, but that seems weird. Also, don't wear your shoes inside. I'm telling your wife. It says 13 Heelys in high school. You can epic grind shoes even today. Modern soaps. Don't you dare. My feet get cold in my office. You gotta get wool socks. We can roll where we want to. We can leave your friends behind. Especially if your friends have huge feet. Sorry, bro. I could gift Heelys to my grandma, and I'm ready to inherit some stuff. Nice. I've always had the intrusive thought of clotheslining Heelys kids. Their feet would go so high. Imagine how you'd feel around adults on Heelys. It doesn't add. What kind of rollerblades are you using to add 4 inches to your height? 2, maybe 3 inches. Jealous? Of what? Big wheels, bro? Like speed skater wheels? You guys remember that YouTube video from like fucking 15 years ago? Where it was like, it was about rollerblading, but like if you rollerblade, you have to tell your parents you're gay. Wait, what? Yeah, it's like the hardest part of rollerblading is telling your parents you're gay. There's the link. That was 9 years ago. It feels like 15 years. I think this is the right video. Oh wait, that's not the right video. Hold on, ignore that link. I don't know what the fuck that is. Is this shit even still on YouTube? Holy shit, it's gone. What the fuck? Now I gotta find this hold on. Yeah, they took the fucking video down. It only exists on TikTok now. Who the fuck is Kim Davis? Wait till they fucking repeal Loving v. Virginia. Fucking Christ. Nobody? She's nobody? I legitimately don't know who she is. Some court clerk from nowhere? Oh, she brought her homophobia in to work with her? Of course she is. Just so you guys know, a heads up. If you have stocks that are currently like waitlisted for being added to Gamma Strike, we're doing database updates and rolling into a new version of our calculations. So it's probably going to be like a couple weeks before we start adding new tickers again. Civil Rights Act would go down first and spread that around. Let other people know if you see them asking. Civil Rights Act would go down first. So many complaints about that in the White House. Should set the tone about the lengths they'll go to over the next few years. I mean, we just need to push back, right? I mean, it's... What the fuck is everyone doing? I mean, I realize that I'm not doing anything either, but like everyone else. Like, why aren't states seceding? No, you don't even need violent revolution. Just secede. Instruct your citizens to stop paying federal taxes. Like, what are all the democratic, like, at the state level, why is no one fighting back? We're only a union so long as we choose to be one. And if you have no power in the federal government, you still have power in your state. Cough, Cascadia. Yeah, we could just become the wings of Canada. It'll be like a giant iron condor. Iron leaf. No, I don't want to storm the Capitol. This government would actually shoot you. The rest of the public, frog in boiling water. It's insane how complacent people are. Do what? They'll probably try to pump it into end of day again. I think most Americans are trying to wait it out. Stupid. Take away all the GDPs of the states that fucking provide the federal annual budget. Let's see what Trump can do without unlimited funding. I think we all already know. What are they going to do? Come take us over? That worked out so well for them last time. They're smart enough and with the means to do so or moving abroad. Yeah, I'm going to. I had a colored flag to my profile picture. There's nothing left for me to do. The immigrants will take my job if I protest. My stepsister and her family are moving to New Zealand in a few months. Yeah, it makes sense. Although their economy is not great. If you need help obtaining a longer-term Shenzhen Eurozone visa, let me know. Are we getting married? What's the point of being able to bear arms against the government when people just ignore blatant signs of tyrannical governance? Not only that, they're ignoring their constitutional commandment to overthrow that government. I'd take a mediocre economy for, rights. Yeah, but then the billionaires aren't safe. Groom 2 might actually off themselves if you married a different member of the pickle jar. You cool with being a throuple? Am I a throuple with a European passport? As long as there's no demand on me to perform any marital duties. When New York City getting martial law? The day I leave. Same day. Bringing home the bacon. You do realize that means I'm just going to pay you rent with bacon, right? You want to take on financial risk? That's just the same as marriage. I know there's better ways. Did the Bulls get rounded up by the Federales? They were trying to cross the border. Unless I have the right to beat you for micro cheating, I'm out. Now, come on, Brett. Domestic violence is never funny. You're better than that. It's okay. That was funny. It's probable we just keep chopping this range until eventually Bulls win. It seems like Trump will forever taco, but the economic situation has gotten worse. So win down or win Blue Sky SPX. We'll probably get one and then the other. I don't know. I think we have a pretty high chance of seeing a true economic crisis develop over the next, 6 months or so. Gamma Max and Tesla's 347.05, but I look at the Gamma curve, they're not the same thing. It looks like there's no peak in Gamma. What could this mean? The Gamma just flattens out above a certain price. How to get an EU passport? 1, go to Bulgaria. 2, bring money. Yeah, but then you're in Bulgaria. Gross. That's okay. I'm just gonna... If they overturn Loving v. Virginia, me and Dork can just go to the Netherlands and open up our EU base for Gamma Strike. And then, you know, obviously we need to bring the rest of the team. Whoops. Go somewhere cool with good food. Yeah, I know how it works. What's the difference? One's gamma exposure. No, gamma neutral is... Gamma curve is gamma? Gamma curve is gamma exposure. I guess we should rename it to Gex curve. Gamma max is gamma? Yes. BTC 401k is approved right before a huge economic crisis. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of those is gamma exposure, one of those is gamma at each strike. Like the actual, one of the, like the orange one is gamma. Like what the gamma is at each strike relative to moneyness. The other is gamma exposure. So, you know, that's multiplied by the contract multiplier in the underlying price. Converted to a dollar value. Oh shit. I did not know that. We can talk. We can talk. I don't want to give away any of the openings. You think Trump's not going to try to take over Europe? The Nazis always want to get the motherland back. Fatherland? Fatherland. Damn, Bulls are doing a really shitty job propping this up. Daddyland. Thanks, Cool Daddy. I'll check it out. Are we bouncing here? There's sold puts now in the money at 63.80. And there are bought calls at 75. But bears are still selling a lot of fucking calls. Ouch. 70 test? 9 minutes to close? Well, fucking shit. Next support is 60. 60.55 at the Condor. That was unexpected. Was there any news? Oh, market on close imbalance 1.2 billion negative. The fuck? Thank you so much, Need to. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Need to a shout out for hooking you up. We gotta try to reverse off of their sold puts down here, right? Nice, me too. 3 minutes to close. Hmm. Intel CEO arrives at the White House. Do you ever chase these late day runs with a 1 DTE for a better straddle? No, I play them on 0 DTE sometimes, but not 1. Nope, we're moving. There's so many upside gaps. Jesus. Ding ding. Huh. Interesting. So, let me get the end of day pulled up here. So falling off a little bit into the end of the day here, which doesn't, and the amount of call selling to the upside of spot, not just for today's expiry, but for tomorrow's as well, kind of indicating that maybe there's not a lot of bullishness going into the CPI meeting tomorrow, or at least bears are real confident in selling metric fuck tons of calls. We just about tested the bottom of the market maker's expected move, very close. Bounced up a little bit into close, but definitely the lower end of the potential range for the day. ES lost the last week's close, which was well, supportive. Fell a little bit below 6401, so we do have a reversal, and slipped the prior support, like that little support at 6390 as well. So next downside support is going to be around like 6377, 75. Dollar up a little bit, creeping up throughout the day. Yields relatively flat at the top end of the curve, though, so not too much change there. Did get a big breakdown in 1 month correlation. 3 month moving up a little bit. Also, slight move in oil. Precious metals down quite a bit. There was the announcement that tariffs. Oh yeah, gold's not going to be tariffed. So saw gold fall about 3% today, or almost 3%, and then interesting. No move in bond volatility, but correlation on the 3 month is turning up. Leverage picking up in the carry trade, with the rise in the dollar on both the long and short end, and a bump in the forward yield on vol, back up around -4.6. Skew not doing much last Friday. Breadth's still kind of tight. Correlation between VIX cash VIX falling a little bit further today, 72.18%. Fed fund futures dropping rate cut expectations a little bit, and then bear steepener not doing much. So I mean, that puts us retesting the downside trend out here on the daily, but nowhere near like a reversal on the daily. So we'll have to see how things develop, or at least develop further. Yeah, pretty boring day. We got CPI tomorrow, and CPI is in fact important. How important? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah. If CPI comes in hotter tomorrow, it's expected to rise like 2.9 to headline, 3.0 to core. If it comes in hotter than that, that's going to be extremely bearish. 2 months at the effective rate, like 30 days. Some of the CPI calculation will include the current tariff rate, but not very well. Some of the window will include the current tariff rate, but not very much of that window. So I would say that there's still a chance for CPI to be softer, or at least not up a lot. Yeah, I'll I'll look over. I'll pour over it a bit tonight and write it up though. Anyway, yeah, that's it for the day. So thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. Made the boring day a bit more fun. So I'll catch you guys later. Peace.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.